All right, everybody. Good morning and welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, April the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And thank you. And thank you, Starkey. Yeah, guys, this might be the new norm. I mean, 9:15. Thank you very much, Pepe. Could be 9:15 now. And by the way, guys, I've had a request. If you're long a stock, please let us know that you're already in it, okay, before you start talking about it, okay? If you're long a stock already, better still, I know it's hard in the pre-market, we're not here, it's hard if you're already in a stock and, it's pre-market, but just let us know you're in it, okay? All right, guys, so I haven't had a chance to look at anything in terms of, the big movers today, but here's the first one, MOVE, M-O-V-E. M-O-V-E, I do not see any reason for it. I'm looking at some headlines. I don't see any reason for the big move for MOVE. Actually, is it down 17? Well, okay, what's going on here? Okay, a little confusing here. It says it's down 17%. This says it's up 135%. So what is this? Another one of these reverse splits that hasn't been accounted for? No, it doesn't. Well, yeah, I don't understand. All right, let's see. CTAC, CETX. Okay, well, at least this one. This one is up 135%, and it says 130. Okay, so at least we know CETX is correct. And they were selected for the U.S. Navy SBIR Phase 1 contract, okay? Adverb, ADVB is up 67%, at least buy. So this is interesting. Normally, the company who's buying does not have this reaction. So they're going to be buying this Asplin for it's only $1.1 million based on $4 a share. Let's take a look at Asplin, ACELEN. Just pretty sure they are a public company. Maybe they're not. Maybe they are not a public company. At any rate, that's why Adverb is up, ADVB, because you're going to be buying a company spending $1.1 million. SkyQ, another continuation from yesterday. SkyQ from yesterday. Actually, 2 days really. This was Thursday's action. Wednesday's action, Thursday's action. I'll get it right. This is yesterday. This is yesterday, and that is Thursday. See if there's any more news. It's just, the space right now. Hot sector, obviously. AIXi is moving, I see, 26%, a little over a dollar for those of you who I don't mind paying or buying stocks right around the dollar mark or even under. So there's AIXi. This was April 1st. China Supreme Court upholds their patents. That was on April 1st. Don't see any specific news on it today. Yeah, I saw that, William. The brief thing I was able to read this morning, but the insurance stocks are up across the board. So let's just take a look at XLV, just out of curiosity, to see what XLV, just one of the ETFs, is doing. Not much, really. So it must be some of the big ones, right? Okay, so Humana, HUM, Wow. No kidding. That's a massive move. Oh man, that is a massive move. 119 shares or 119 million in the float to be up 10%. That is a big move. What's one that might be a little more affordable? Not, well, they're all up about the same percent, in that probably that 7 to 10% range of a CVS. CVS is a little more affordable, but as William says, UNHG, if you really thought it was going to continue, a lot of volume, 1.2 million, and you're going to get double the move. So remember, if UNH goes up 1%, this is going to go up 2%. But remember, if UNH drops 1%, this is dropping 2%. Interesting. And this is shortable for me also. Not too many shares, 21,000 at Interactive Brokers. I don't know. They probably have a short version of the ETF, but now look at the drop on this. Look at the drop on. It's not even what's still here. SKYQ. Look at the drop on it though. This was up here at 690, and it dropped all the way to 617. No. Let's take a look at some of these races at the beginning of the day. MIGI. There's Mickey right here. Okay, MIGI is right down here. There's the FUBO from yesterday. Earnings from yesterday did extremely well. Closed right near the high. Well, 1257 was the high. Well, okay, pulled back about 50 cents, but not bad. Completely sell off. And now it's above yesterday's high. And the next high is, wow, it's got room. I mean, FUBO still has room. 1449 is the next high looking left. I don't see any disasters du jour in terms of stocks massively down because it's a bio or some other reason. I don't see. I mean, these are just some of the low floaters that go crazy up and down. So I don't see anything in the any disaster today. Momentum player down, obviously down. Not sure. Well, there are shorts available. Interesting. There are shorts available. 12,000. Well, with SkyQ going crazy, well, for a while anyway, let's take a look at Lunar, LUNR. LUNR is actually it's down. It's still down. It had sort of an interesting day yesterday. Got as high as $24, down to 22.87. Let's see the market. Okay, so the market right now, the SPY. When I talk about the market, I'm just looking at the SPY. I'm just looking at the SPY, hanging around the VWAP, hanging around the VWAP again, down a couple of points. Probably, William. It's like a irrational exuberance on that news. I'm looking at you. Is there a short for, well, let me see if I can find it. I don't know what's happened. I used to be able to type in, say, a stock, and I would see the ETFs associated with them, and I don't see that anymore. Unless I, ah, 'cause it'd be nice to buy the short version of it if one exists, the UNH, if one exists. Okay, thanks, William. You have to, bothers me though, because we used to be, well, maybe, okay, but I don't see the UNHG either here. So anyway, well, let's take a look at our major sectors ahead of the market open. So we've got XLE a little bit up. Nothing is ripping higher. How's silver doing? So here's home builders, HB. Silver is down. I guess I don't have well, there's IBB. I'm surprised. Well, IBB, I'm surprised is down. There's not a lot of those big healthcare stocks in IBB. Yeah, so obviously IBB is very different from XLV in terms of what's in it, because XLV is up, but not much, not much. So, look at GNLN. What are you? Are you long this? Sure. Are you long it or are you short it? No, I can't short it, so I don't know if you're long. Where are you long? I mean, if you're talking about this early move, I mean, it's not just stalled. I mean, it is. So, like, where are you in it, Sheriff? Like, where are you in this one, GNLN? This is not what, if you're in it up here when it was moving, when you say it was moving earlier, if it's doing this, I mean, that's just not a stall. That's a pretty hefty sell-off from 417 down to 265. Yeah, it's in the mid, even 362. What's your stop? What is your stop? Where are you going to get out of the trade if it's not working? Just looking to see if I see any news on this. I don't see any news on it. Wow. Okay. I don't know if you're kidding or not. If you're kidding, okay, fine. But if you're not kidding, well, I don't know if you're kidding or not. If you're not kidding, I can't help you. Okay. I mean, it's just not the way to trade. I'm hoping that you're just kidding. That you've gone all in. I don't even know what that means. Like you're taking your entire account and you've gone all in it. Space. Again, space. This one is sneaking in here. LNAI is sneaking in here. Oh, it's a cheap one, real cheap one. So for those of you who don't mind, the really cheap ones, LNAI, it's at 60 or 47 cents right now. Okay, it is up 66%. Well, I guess there was a low here around 350 right there last month, right around 350. So it's just a little bit below that now. Maybe that's what William was referring to. So, Cher, I'm not trying to be mean, but I just want to know if you were kidding or not when you say, well, I'm going all in. I don't know if you're kidding or not, or but what is your stop, Cher? What is your stop? Okay. We're going to, like, you still have to have, regardless, when you say when you put a stop in place, I get stopped out too quick. I mean, that just means that your stop is too tight. You're taking too many shares. Okay, so $2. Okay, so you're gonna get out at $2. Okay, $2, which is looks like the low of that day approximately. Okay, at least you have a stop. Ben Dizzy, are you talking about the other trader, the trading room? The YouTube room? So if you're talking about getting into the other trading room, is that what you're talking about? Just give me a moment. I accidentally, okay, disregard all that stuff. When I say disregard, you can read it if you want. I'm talking about the people on YouTube. Okay, so if you're talking about the other room, like the main room, as I call it, just click on my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, and where you see trading room, there it is. It's free also. Okay. I don't know what that means. Oh, you'd have to read. You'd have to read what the analyst is talking. I mean, every analyst is going to be different. Now, if you want to be a skeptic, they've got a lot of clients in it at a higher price, and they're trying to pump it. But you'd have to read because you're going to have to read why they said that. It's hard to know. Usually they have a little blurb on it. This is why we think this is going to happen, et cetera, et cetera. So every stock is going to be different. And so what they're basing that on, well, I mean, there are websites out there that track analyst recommendations and show you, who's been good, who's been bad. I don't follow anything. I mean, obviously, if Goldman Sachs puts some kind of a buy signal or buy recommendation and a price and a price that's quite a bit above, maybe you take a look. Goldman Sachs obviously is, and some of the big guys. When I see Wainwright doing it, I disregard it. Wainwright, you could be looking at a $5 stock, and Wainwright's putting a $30 price target on it. I usually just disregard Wainwright. That's just me, though. Remember, this is my opinion. There's usually always an ulterior motive for these guys getting involved in a stock and putting a recommendation. We're in diesel phase in our YouTube room. But that's sometimes, when the stock is up and we're looking for a reason, and the only reason we can see is some analyst has put a price target on it. All right, let's see anything new sneaking in here. So the Sky Q, last time I looked, it was down 20. It was up 25%. So I guess we have to keep an eye on the VWAP for the Sky Q. Well, that's what I say every day. I mean, nothing wrong with staying in YouTube, guys. I mean, you want to stay in YouTube. Usually, the people stay in YouTube. They all they care about is perhaps hearing me and seeing my screen, and that's it. They don't care about interacting with other traders. I suppose there's a deal maybe at work where you can't get to this trading site or trading room, whereas YouTube you can. I mean, that might be a deal, a reason why also. But I mean, yeah, the main room is way better. It's free, and there's no time delay. Opens at 6:45 a.m. Goes to usually 3:30 to 3:45. So certainly better in that regard. I don't know if anybody has a solid idea about when it's happening, Feezy. I mean, obviously they have filed something now, but when the IPO is going to happen, I don't know. I mean, in this, I if I were them, I'd be waiting a bit. You know what? I'm going to write this down. I promise. But what is the stock that has that 19%? I think it's 16 or 19% stake. Look at UNHG now, guys. Wow, UNH is obviously ripping higher. What is that stock? It starts with the letter D and maybe DXYZ. No, it's some stock that has a stake in SpaceX. I thought it was, yeah, thank you, GB. I thought it was DXYZ. But yeah, so they brought this stake in it. Yeah, Destiny Tech. Okay, I'm going to write that down. DXYZ. And I think it's either a 16 to 19% stake in SpaceX. So, I mean, if it comes out with the 75, what is the valuation supposed to be? 75 billion or something? SATS also? Are you saying SATS also has a stake in it? Free to lay? SATS? Any idea what the percent is? Look at UNHG, guys. I mean, this is a big move. Yeah, big move. Look at that, from 1260 to 13. This is the so again, UNH is now up at least 9%. Okay, remember this is a 2 times. So you want to, if you really, yeah, if you really thought this was going to continue, I have my doubts. Like William, I have my doubts. Well, we have a float of 15.9 million for AIXi 161. Do you have trade ideas? Just out of curiosity, do you actually have trade ideas 161? Through the 200-day moving average now. The reason I ask is that, it's really handy to have the single stock window. A lot of stuff right at a glance that and it's all customizable. Less than a minute, thank you. Well, less than 2 seconds. Okay, guys. Nice thing is I don't have to, this is the layout I use now, so I don't have to reload or, now market is trying to recover a little bit. There's the VWAP, guys. That, in my opinion anyway, the key area. When you're looking at the SPY or the Qs or NAS, there's that VWAP right there, that purple line. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Look at the Sky Q. Is it? Yeah. So it's rejected again from the VWAP. Lunar though, but lunar again. It's so early, so I don't like trading in the. Wow, look at Fubo. I know I'm switching gears here. Look at Fubo. Nice continuation move. 1449. 1449 is the next high looking left for Fubo. So, I mean, take this with a grain of salt. The price target is raised to $24 from 350 by Wedbush. Wedbush, they have a. I don't really know where I'd rank them. Does it mean it's going to go to $24? Now, what to look at though is when you get multiple upgrades by different firms. So this one is Barrington. They don't have a price on it. $16 a share by Barrington. Okay, this is still for the Fubo. A little closer. Let's see if there's any other. So it's more if you see multiple firms with upgrades. Obviously, I mean, it's headlines that are hitting. Citizens, I don't know who these guys are. Citizens. Matthew, Nova Name. He's raised it from 13 to 15. But just because that happens, I mean, look at the ARTL. I think ARTL, this was the one that has just been stuck and had a huge number of upgrades, I believe. Like big upgrades. We did a financing. I also think they had some great news on their drug. A bunch of firms upgraded them into the some into the 30s, but look what's happened. You know what? I may be wrong about this one. It may be something, another one I'm thinking of. They're regains compliance with Nasdaq. This is today. All right. I thought that was old news, but maybe it's not. All right. Let's see now. Pesky. Let's take a look at Pesky. PS. Oh, this is the Paramount. I don't know. Are they in the news again? That drama. I think that drama is over, but let's see. The next high on a weekly chart is 1153, so it has a room on a weekly chart. It is popping, boosting authorized Class B shares to 7 billion, eases dividend rules. I don't know. Is that the reason why this is moving like this? You're talking about AT. I'm sorry. You're talking about the ARTL Air Mains. It's another stock I'm thinking of. Then, though, it's another stock I am thinking that had multiple upgrades. Yeah, it's not this one. Definitely not this one. Not with that float. 650,000 in the float. Easy come, easy go. So Lunar got up to about 23.30 and right back down to 22.40. Right, that's a classic why I don't like to trade in the first 50, excuse me, the first 15 minutes. I did see that actually. I saw that no halts. Actually, interesting, guys. I mean, normally we have a bunch of halts in reserve by now, but we don't. SMX. I was just talking about SMX again. It's shortable. It must have just showed up. 11,000 shares available. I'm not going to do it now, but SMX, nonsensical stock, of course. What did you get up to yesterday? Got up to 1955. All right. Well, where was yesterday's low? Just out of curiosity, $8.08. So there's yesterday's low, and look at the flat line. If it gets close to that area, maybe it bounces. All right, guys. So on a day where so the SPY right now it isn't crashing or anything, but it is down 3 points. Okay, down 3 points right now as we speak. So this could be an interesting race because these are stocks that are near the high of the day. The large cap stocks near the high of the day, basically going against the market. And people, you guys are talking about Intel, INTC, after joining Tesla's Terrafab project. Okay, Looks like it, William. So here's the PSKY. PSKY. Now this is short. Oh, a lot of shares available, 3 million. Now let's take a look left on this one because I mean I don't know why this is moving so high. Is it this news boosting ASCII shares to 7 billion shares, easing dividend rules? Got to be something else. Oh, I see. So they're close to securing the $24 billion deal for Warner Brothers. So maybe that's why they're boosting the 7 billion shares. Next high is around $11. I'd be looking at this as a potential short. I have to take a look at this one. See how parabolic it's gone? You see how fat the wave is right here, and on the bottom of those bars, not even close to touching the top of the wave. BNL. Why am I looking at this one? Because it's just over the whole number, but it looks ugly as anything on a daily chart. Sorry, on a 2-minute chart. Just all sorts of dots around. Let's get a ticket to ride here, guys. RYDE. So for those of you who don't mind me, look at this. Just slightly under $1. China stock, slightly under $1 right now, 93 cents. Good volume, 1 million shares. What's your time frame now, Ozzy, on your MM on your race that you're using? What's your time frame now? Well, Pesky keeps moving higher, a little bit higher. I hope it gets close to 11 because there is their next high. 1042 took that out. The next high is 1109. Pfizer, PFE is weak. This is weak. RBC maintains coverage with underperform and a target of 25. So these guys are knocking this one down. It's RBC. So not a race. Okay, I got you. Ah, shoot! Look at that. The drop though. I think that 1050 mark might be tough for it to get through. PSKY. How about Johnny Pesky, PJ? Now, way before my time. Yeah, this ADVB. I mean, it's still up 61%, but it's below the VWAP. However, maybe the VWAP acts as a bit of a magnet. I mean, it's up here 785. So here's a healthcare stock. Here's a cheaper one, William. ALHC, a lot cheaper. And this is probably one of the bigger moves, 16%. And it is shortable for me I know it's an AI play, RAI, I don't care. It looks like in the next high looking left on a monthly chart is 23, so it certainly has room there. Next high on a weekly chart, 2163, so right at that high. And that high right up here is 2333. So there's a couple of dollars at that next high. So maybe it still has some room to go, but I don't see any news on this one other than the fact that with the overall healthcare industry getting this some kind of a announcement, leading health plans have removed 11% of prior authorization requirements since, okay, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Well, the say LHC guys, I mean, the spread is not great. It's 20-cent spread right now. I'm in love with it with that spread. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's well. If it does take out, is it here? If it does take out 7, what sort of room does it still have? It's trying a weekly chart anyway. Is 893? Is that right? Yeah, 893 in a weekly chart. So certainly would have room on a weekly chart. But Pesky continues getting closer and closer to that 11 mark, guys, where I think it could stall. Why? Because there is that high right there. Well, actually, it's a little higher than that. I thought it was more right at 11. That's 1160. Well, well, that was the play, guys. Briefly anyway, to short the ALH. I know it's an AI alert. Don't get me wrong. I know it's there, but if these healthcare stocks are just running on that news, well, Tesla now. I mean, this is the the 2-time longer. Tesla must be down with 2.8% or so. Well, William, there's your magic 350. So it's certainly it's taken that out, no problem. I mean, that was the low of last month was 352. The next low down here, 326. Well, we only have one positive sector right now, and that's XLE. That's sort of an obvious one, I guess. XLE, mildly positive. What's silver doing? Silver is picking up steam on the way down, guys. Oh, did you know that SkyQ was an earnings play too? I didn't realize that. SkyQ was actually an earnings play. Not that I think it really matters that much, but it is an earnings play. And you know why I'm saying it doesn't matter that much. I don't think anybody expects any earnings, but it is an earnings play. Hmm. Or is it? You know what? We have got it as an earnings play, but I do not. Yeah, I don't know. Our provider has it as an earnings play, but I don't see a headline. I'm looking at my news here, Interactive Brokers. If it were an earnings play, I'd see something. So, so forget that. Not that it really matters. You know, the fact that even if it were an earnings play, the first release earnings. Let's take a look at HDZ. Well, we have it for May 7th, so I don't. It just says press release to announce. Yeah, so I don't know why these companies put these things out. Well, I do know, I guess, just to get them in as a headline. But yeah, I mean, did you really have to? I mean, I think the whole May 7th, I mean, that is when they're releasing earnings, but they wanted to put out a press release saying, well, we're going to release earnings on May 7th, as if it's something new. Anyway, so no, the answer is no. That's all, guy. Okay, FCHL. I saw that one in the pre-market. Now, what is this one doing? Hmm. The VWAP. The VWAP is 237. Yeah, kind of far enough away, but 225. You see all that? Boy, I'm going to put a price alert here. 220. I'm going to put a price alert around 226 for this one. See if it takes it out maybe later today, maybe tomorrow, because if it does, look at the room it's got. So just put my price alert now and just forget about it. And you've got that, still got that room on the weekly chart. I think, what did I say, $8? Eight, actually, almost $9 for SkyQ. Well, that Pesky keeps going, guys. I mean, I'm glad I didn't try to short it earlier. I didn't have a downturn at all. So it's getting closer and closer to 11 PSKY. Well, now AIXi, which is in my the one I'm amazed about. had a massive multi-week run, got up to an all-time high up here, 71.54, and then not what, 5 days, 6 days, and that down to 39. But it is trying to move now. Our first halt of the day. This is really strange, guys. Normally we have a lot of halts for Zooms, almost when the market opens at 9:30. Perigo, PRGO. What is happening with this one? PRGO, volume pop. It's got a little bit of room. 1166 is the next high looking left. You see SkyQ all over the place right here. This is in the you can see it here in the race. You can see it here. These are all real-time alerts that you're seeing here in green. There's another S stock, SLQT. Real cheap one, guys. Again, for those of you who don't mind looking at stocks under $1, SLQT. Penn, gaming stock. Let's take a look at Penn. I can't do it, William, on the FCHL. It's not 1,700 shares available to short. Look at the spread, though. 220, 234. William knows what I'm talking about, but boy, Pesky right at 11 now. A lot of shares available too. 3 million to short. Well, here's the next time. Well, there is the high right there. 1109. That's the high I was looking at. Yeah, 1109. Not that one. So 1109. Boy, it's just a little, maybe a wee struggle at 11 now. A wee struggle at 11 for PSKY. Guys, when I mentioned ride, I think this was under $1. So here's ride now, over $1. Oh, where's Poe? I don't mean to take it now, but here's ride, right over $1 now. RYDE. Yeah, maybe you want to watch this one if it hangs around $1. I don't know where the next high is on a monthly chart. Yeah, you got to go back. I mean, I don't know what happened here. It's a great. Actually, the float is not terrible. I think this is one of those China stocks that just was moving higher for no reason at all, and then the bottom fell out. On this did not take all month to do this. It's probably in a couple of days, maybe even one day. Okay, guys, it is now 10 o'clock. So you know what that means. I'm going to go over my homepage, and I believe the promo code is still alive. I checked it this morning. So, usually it's about one day after, even though the email say it's over last night, it said over last night at midnight Eastern time, but still alive. I checked it this morning. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. You're going to find, number one, a way to take a subscription to Trade Ideas. Using my code, Barry25, you'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription, okay? Doesn't matter which plan you pick, either our standard or our premium service, okay? All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? The company tracks the use of these promo codes, so if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping both of the rooms that are moderating free. Moderate a YouTube room, and if you're in YouTube right now, this room right here, the trading room, it's free also. So if you're sitting in YouTube and you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst other traders, plus this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi, thank you. Obi opens the room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so that's why I don't. A little early for me, so thank you, Obi, for doing that. I get on now. Listen, guys, I might be. I know I was a little after 9 today. I may be closer to 9:15 getting on the mic for both rooms. I've got some things going on that with our poor little pet that I just need attention in the morning. So anyway, that is the reason for my delays. So could be 9:15 now instead of 9. But when I do leave, usually I leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, and William usually keeps the room open after I do leave. I don't know what he's going to do today. Probably 3:30 to 3:45. So the bottom line is this: if this room was open from 6:45 a.m. to usually at least 3:30 to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Scroll down a little bit more and keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So the trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it right here. Okay. And it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. And education. So click on the education section or the more info. If you are wondering about taking out a subscription, or in fact, you have just taken one out. If you've just taken one out, this is mandatory you do this, okay? They're getting started with Trade Ideas. No excuses. You must do this. 11 short videos to get you started. If you don't have the product, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether it's something you might want to try, okay? You can always try this for a month. These monthly subscriptions, that's all they are, month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics, if you're new to trading. This is for you, free series of videos, 15 of them, if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for all this information that you can actually see, if you click on my homepage link, you're at the top, scroll down, custom scans, okay? So here's the large cap gainer race right here. This race over here is a volatile race. It has a lot more volatile. It has no market cap restriction or float restriction. Okay, so that's why it's a lot more. Yeah, that's why you can see a stock here up 21%. You'll almost never see something up here 21%. Doesn't mean these are bad. It just means that they're less volatile, okay? Like if I were starting out trading, I'd probably concentrate more on this. And here's the upside versus downside movers is over here, okay? This is wool style ticker tape. If it's in red, it's making a new low of the day. If it's in green, making a new high of the day. These are two competing scans. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Two competing scans. That's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Pulse resumes is over here, not too active, but starting to pick up a little bit. Then I do have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can check them out. I have a momentum scan, a gap scan, a combo scan, and the William up down 25 cents scan. I don't have them up and running right now. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms, okay? So don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. You know, if I'm tied up doing something else and I can't answer immediately, I'll certainly let you know. And also if it's an accounting question, more than likely I will not be able to help. But I can direct you to people who can. All right, guys. Well, I took the pesky short. If it gets close to 11, I'm out. Okay, this is going to either work for me very quickly or it's not. I'm not going to hang around. I mean, it's still a very strong stock, so I'm not. I know that. So obviously, so I'm not going to go crazy. Okay, guys. Now listen. I had covered some. Okay. I mean, I'm just looking at this as something that. I mean, if it really wants to drop, I mean, there's the VWAP. I mean, I'm completely aware of that also. This was more of a test for me. Just keeping an eye on it. I want to see if it can get a little closer to the VWAP, but the VWAP looks like it could act as support, and that's fine. I mean, I was bound and determined I wanted to short this somehow. So, hey, this is an energy play, no NOV, guys, energy play. Ooh, lots of room, lots of room. Look at this. 2018 is the next high. So NOV, probably a big float. Yep, 356 million in the float. So it is certainly a big float. It's interesting, normally I'm going to go over this race right here, okay? Notice there's a top 10 list that's been automatically built. Normally there'd be one here also, but because Pesky won 5 races, it is dominated, so there have not been other stocks to fill this list in. But there will ultimately be 10 stocks here. All right, now this is the moment of truth now for Pesky, for me anyway. There's the VWAP right there. Okay, the VWAP is at they call it, depending on if you're using pre-market data or not, it's around 1070-ish. I'm going to go over this race. I'm just watching the Pesky to see if it can get a little closer to that VWAP. Okay, guys, I've covered most. Okay, in case the VWAP does hold it, it's a strong stock, so that's why I'm wondering if the VWAP's going to hold it. I have a piece left just in case it crashes through, though. Okay, crashes through that VWAP area. Don't have much left though. All right, guys, I want to go over this race right here. The biggest gainers from the start of the race. So AIXi. So I'm running 4-minute races. Before I do this, I should always remember to go show you where you can find all this information in our user guide. Okay, because I don't think I don't expect people to remember everything I'm saying. So here's a great reference for you. Well, true moment of truth, right at the VWAP now for Pesky. Now, SMX, this is okay, this is right at the lows here. That's why I had a price alert. Notice how the price alerts work, guys. You get a price alert, the price alert window will pop up on your screen. You cannot miss it. If you're not using price alerts, somehow, either with, using our price alerts, I think it's super simple to create price alerts with us, but somehow maybe if your broker has price alerts, wow, SB is, I wish I had my entire position. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, I just want to show you where you can find all this information on the racing. So if you scroll down a little bit, go to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide, and hopefully you can see it. Yes, there it is. TI Stock Racing, okay? It's TI Stock Racing. So everything I'm going to go over is here. So I am running 4-minute races. Of course, customizable. You can run whatever time frame you want. I am running a 4-minute race. And so what's happened is, since the race started, almost a minute ago, a little over a minute ago, this stock has moved the most, 3.78%. That's what that percentage means. Okay, so at the end of the race, there will be a winner. You see, Move has not won a race today. I'm looking at the list of stocks. So what do the numbers beside the race mean? So in the number one position, AIXi has won 6 races. CETX has won 6 races also, SkyQ 5, etc. And you can see there's been a top 10, there's a top 10 list built of the stocks that have won the most races so far. Okay, so that's how that now here's Move, still I'm at 7% Move. Okay. Now, a couple things. You don't have to, or maybe even 3 things. You don't have to wait for a stock or for a race to be over in order for you to click on the symbol. If you see a stock that's leading the race right now, even though there's still a minute 43 left, click on it. See what's happening. It may be setting up for your style of trading. For instance, here, look at what Move did. I mean, it's not doing it now, but probably was in this list, and you probably could have seen it as it was pulling into the VWAP. And if you're a VWAP type player, looking at the VWAP as acting as potential support, you could have looked at this and gone, okay, it's holding, okay, and maybe take the trade right here and put your stop just under the VWAP. Or if you have a moving average on your chart that you like. Obviously, this requires some trading experience. I'm not talking the race, but I mean, in order to read a chart, you know, so you may have a moving average on your chart that you really like this, and if the stock pulls into it and it looks like it's holding, maybe it bounces off it. If you see a stock anywhere in this list during the race, click on it, see what's happening. Here's the KPRX. Now it's under, but you don't know what it's going to look like until you click on it. This could have been pulling into the VWAP as an example, and maybe basing, and who knows, maybe it would bounce. This is a super active one in the last few days, AGPU. You see what it did, pulled into the VWAP and really bounced, okay? So, I mean, you can see stocks that are actually not necessarily near the high of the day that have actually pulled back and then are popping in this race right here. Somebody asked me about Bullfrog or BFR. Yeah, it is Bullfrog earlier, one that took out the VWAP. And when it took out the VWAP, again, if you're a bit of a VWAP type player, that purple line, you can look at that and go, okay, I think I'm going to take this stock, put my stop underneath the VWAP, and see what happens. Obviously, in that case, it would have worked out beautifully. If you see a stock that's won a race before in this list, click on it, see what's happening. I know I'm repeating myself, but that's what it's really all about. You don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. Remember how Fubo was going crazy at the beginning of the day, but now look what's happening. Maybe it's going to turn into a short. It's underneath the VWAP, starting to fade. Okay, so that's the concept of the racing. Okay, now why are these stocks showing up, and why are there hardly any stocks showing up over here? So all races start from a top list window, If I right click in this race, one of the options is open top list. So I'm going to open it up, and you will see there's a top list window full of these stocks. Well, why are they in here? Again, if I right click in the top list window, I click on configure. What I'm looking for, stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum when traded, and they're up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I'm looking for. And you're going to see that you don't have to have the same sort of parameters. What I'm going to do, the use of a top list can still be used like this. Show me the stocks up the most today. So as long as you have a column header, which I do, C% is the change from yesterday's close. I can double left click on it and that'll sort. So move is up 179%. Remember, with, these are stocks between 1 and 50 with 200,000 shares traded at least. And this is just sneaking in 220,000. So this is ranking the stocks in this list, okay? You can see the Sky Q right at the top also. Now you will see in this race, probably you're going to see these stocks all day long. Why? Because these are stocks that people are paying attention to. So even, it doesn't have to be near the high anymore. It could have been a stock that's pulling back and then popping. So that's why you're probably going to see these stocks. But here's the beauty of the race. What if some stock down here, all of a sudden, for whatever reason, started to move? Let's take a look at that. SGML, it's up 2.7% right now. What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to move? It's up 3%, 4%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. How would you know? Well, that's what the race does for you. You don't have to stare at a list of stocks to see what is moving. That's what the race does for you. It tells you what stocks are moving the most since the race started percentage-wise. It doesn't care where it is in the list. If it's near the top, in the middle, at the bottom. What is moving the most percentage-wise since the race started? Again, TMDE, I mean, these are stocks near the high. And why are they going to be always hit? More because, people are interested in these. So that's why these stocks are showing up here, okay? So all races start from a top list window, as I said earlier. So if I right-click in this, launch the real-time stock race, see? So you can create your own top list window from scratch if you want, or I'll show you maybe a slightly easier way to do all this. You could take one of these two races, but let's take this race, okay? And by the way, if you load either of these two races right now, and you look at it and go, well, wait a minute, how come I don't see all these? Have I done something wrong? No. You will start to see your list of stocks starting from when you load the race. Now it's 10:21 Eastern time right now. So that's when your race starts, and that's when you'll start to develop your own top 10 list, okay? All depends. So you can see that when you load the race, whatever time you load the race is when you'll start to develop your top 10 list. So let's say you didn't want to. I'm going to duplicate this race just so I don't have to stop the race. See this gear right here? If you click on this gear, a couple things are going to happen. You're going to stop the race. It's going to turn red. Also, you get a quick configure your race. You may not like the price range I have. Okay, so here's a quick way to change the price range. I've got 1 to 50. Maybe you don't like the volume I've got. You can make some quick changes here, or you could click on advance. Also, now you're going to see everything. I only have one other filter that I'm using. So you might look at this and go, you know what? I might make some changes. Maybe if you have any trading experience at all, maybe you add a filter that you like, several filters, who knows? I mean, you can customize this right now to your style of trading. And once you do that, you just say, okay, and then the race will run based on your set of parameters. All I'm really trying to show you here is that you didn't have to create a new top list completely from scratch. You could take this as a template and then adjust it. Okay. You can also, if you know how to create a watch list or a symbol list, maybe you have stocks that you want to follow every day. Maybe it's a different basket of stocks every day. Maybe you do, when the market's closed today, maybe you do some evening work and you say, you know what? These are the stocks I want to follow. You can create what we call a watch list or a symbol list. and then you just attach it. You go only the following list, and you check it. Okay. This doesn't make sense, but okay. You just check it. Okay. And then that means that your race will just run on what you want to see. Now, the other thing to take a look at is when the race is stopped, is to right click it, and at the very top, you show the race setup. I just want to quickly show you a couple of things. People say, well, you're running a 4-minute race. Why? Well, it doesn't really matter why. I just am. I mean, there's no magic about it. I just chose 4 minutes a long time ago. But here's how you can, in the minutes to run, here's how you can create or put whatever time frame you want right in this box here. The only other thing that I now do is I now have checked auto start on load as opposed to auto start at time. Before, I was only wanting my race to start at 9:30 Eastern time. So I checked that. I now have unchecked that in my race because now I want because the race will run. You can get the race to run in the pre-market, and that's what I've decided I want to see. So if you check auto start on load, that means the race will start when you load trade ideas. You don't load it in the pre-market, but whenever you load it, that's when your race will start. Okay? Completely up to you, of course. Now, why are there so few stocks in here? I right click, look at this top list. 2. Okay? There's only 2 stocks that meet the filter requirements in this particular top list. Now, this is not a static list. This list will shrink. This will, well, on a day like today when the market's down, it's going to be hard. We're going to be hard pressed to have. Certainly, we'll never have a full list like we have in this one. Okay, because the main reason is that I'm looking for stocks. These are the restrictive filters. Position in the day's range, 95. What that means is, if that number were up, if I put 100 here, that means the stock would have to be right at the high of the day. So 95 means it's going to be fairly close to the high of the day. Not a lot of stocks doing that right now, obviously. And the other one is the float, minimum 50 million and minimum market cap of 500 million. So these three, but especially this one, the position in the day's range, they restrict the number of stocks that are going to come in here. Doesn't mean this is it though for the day. These are the only 2. This list, so it's a dynamic list. So is this one. It doesn't mean it's going to be the same stocks in the list all day long. All right, guys. Now both rooms are trading rooms, but I know I mentioned this before, but they are support rooms too. So please don't be shy if you have a question. And I love questions. I mean, it keeps me interested, quite frankly. Okay. If you have some questions, please, by all means, ask the questions. I'll do my best to answer them. I still have a piece of the pesky, guys. Not much left, but see how it's underneath the VWAP now? On the short side, of course. Now, SkyQ is having a pullback. Where is it pulling back to? Here is the VWAP, guys. So you can see right here, pulling, there is the VWAP at 716. It still has a ways to go to get a little bit closer, but you never know. I mean, it could be making its way to the VWAP area. And why I talk about the VWAP, if, those of you new to trading, the VWAP, this purple line, in my opinion, is probably the second most followed technical indicator. Okay, a lot of people will look at this and say that could act as support. The stock comes into it, it could act as support and holds and then bounces off it. Okay, volume weighted average price. Okay, canary. So that's what it is. It's where volume weighted average price, where a lot of the action is price wise based on volume. Okay, so and that's why a lot of people will look at that and go, okay, let's see what happens at the VWAP. That's why, for me in the pesky, the VWAP is here. See, I mean, it's still close to the VWAP, but so I was wondering, will the VWAP hold it? Will it act as support? I mean, it's still in the vicinity of it, but the further it gets away from it, then it really becomes a great short. But you don't know. I mean, you can't say, well, there's the VWAP. That is 100% going to act as support. So we're that simple. But others, other traders will have maybe a moving average that they like on their chart. And, the stock could be pulling into that. Steve Gomez is going to be doing, he's going to take over for me in about an hour and a half in our YouTube room. He loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's his go-to. I should add it just for fun. I want to see what it looks like. In a moment. So Steve, for instance, there's that blue line right there. That is the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. He loves that. Yeah, right. And the halts. Okay, so he loves that. So he would be watching this and seeing if it could, that would be his kind of area that maybe it's going to bounce, get into. That's a ways to go, but that's his style of trading. You can see what it did on the five. That's a 10 SMA on the 5-minute chart. Look how it intercepted the VWAP. Kind of interesting, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Really interesting. Speaking of interesting, that Sky Q is getting closer and closer to the VWAP. In fact, it just touched it. Will that actually be support? Now, we have two VWAP numbers, okay? One, and I'll never be convinced not to do it this way. This VWAP line uses the pre-market data. Why wouldn't you? When a stock like this was traded millions in the pre-market, why wouldn't you? Okay, this VWAP number doesn't take into account the volume in the pre-market. So I mean, I fail to see why we wouldn't want to use the volume in the pre-market. Who knows? Maybe we've stumbled on something on a 5-minute chart. Maybe the five minute SMA. Well, wait a minute. This is the 15 period on the 5-minute chart, okay? And it's intersecting right there. It intersected the VWAP. Maybe we're finding the magic formula. All right, so I see AGPU got halted on the way up and halted on the way down. We've had two. What's that AIXi doing? So that's it for me and the pesky guys. You can see what it did. It got down to the 1050 mark. I may look at it later though, in case it has another run down. So if these healthcare stocks are running out of steam, guys, I mean, look at this one. I mean, I'm going to put a price alert down at the VWAP level and see if it takes it out. It's been hanging around the level for a bit. See if it takes it out in a bigger way. Speaking of the VWAP, you can see, look at the VWAP now for the SPY, that purple line still hanging around. And as you can see, the VWAP is a moving target. You know, the more volume comes in at a certain price, you know, the VWAP will tend to move towards that. I just wanted to see how close it got to Steve's magic 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. Not really that close for the PSKY. Not really that close. I'm going to leave it on a 15-minute chart for a while. Just I got my 2 minute. That's fine. Look at Lucid. Wow. So they don't build cars at all, right? I'm just looking at this. They don't build cars at all. They just energy storage systems for the EVs, and so they do not have a car of their own. Well, here we go, guys. I mean, here's IQ getting close to both. You have seen a Lucid car, really? BJ, really? Oh, okay. Well, I just looking at their the business summary. It didn't say they make cars. It just said they supply to the EV sector. Okay, guys. Well, here's SkyQ getting closer and closer to perhaps that a bounce off the VWAP. Sure, I'm not manufactured. Oh, you know what? No, no, no. I don't know what's wrong with me. First thing it says, manufactures electric vehicles. All I was reading, it says it designs, develops, and builds energy storage systems for electric vehicles and supplies automakers with a battery pack system. But it does say, right, very first line, manufactures electric vehicles. Okay. Not that they're doing a heck of a job. They have no market share, obviously. I've never seen one. Which one? So you're talking about the this one? Obviously, you're talking about this one, right? The biggest gain, not the large cap gainers. You're talking about this one. I understand how we can get you into it, but boy, how do you get out? I mean, where's your? I mean, these are so volatile. But you're not. Are you? How many trades would you be in at the same time? Just out of curiosity. Normally, on average. Oh, really? Oh, okay. So you are really focused on that one, and that's it. Okay. Here's Anna, guys. Anna, ANNA. This has been obviously a super active one. Starting back here, February 26th. Had earnings. Looks like they had earnings here. So another one that was holding the VWAP. Okay, AGPU but into the VWAP. Now, is it going to hold it forever? SkyQ is continuing to hang around the VWAP area. So this is what we would expect that XLE and OIH, oil services and the energy sector, would be the two top ones, but also XLU. When the market is jittery, which of course it is, people usually will look at these utility stocks because they've got dividends, etc. They're going to get paid to hold the stock. When the market gets very jittery, XLU usually does pretty well, and you can see it's hanging above the 200-day moving average. Is this truly what these guys do? What SkyQ do? I mean, it's certainly not like a what we'll call a sexy sector. Energy solutions company which engages in deploying technologies to facilitate the recycling of waste asphalt shingles and remediation of oil-saturated sands and soils. I mean, it's in the energy sector. I get it, but what's that business model that we've got here? The business summary is not correct. Now, this, I guess, I mean, this is more into solar, I guess. It's hard for me to understand what exactly these guys do and phase, but you would look at it and say, well, it's in the energy sector, but obviously, unless they've got some news on its own, it has earnings coming up on the 28th, end of the month. Yeah, it's starting to curl too, it is starting to curl a little bit. I'd like to see that maybe orange turn blue, really give it some the impetus to go higher. I mean, right now it's still a little bit up in the air, 750 to get through. Talking about the Sky Q. Ooh, that got ugly. I got a little ugly, guys. I think this is a pretty, I mean, obviously the VWAP also, but that 727 level, you can see a lot of action right around there on that 2-minute chart. Hey guys, give me one moment. I will be back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Now, see how the price alert windows works. If you're not using price alerts, I mean, you have to tell me why. But you see, there it is. I mean, it's on the VWAP again. Well, not again, really for the first time. It's right on the VWAP SkyQ. And to use the price alert window is super simple. I mean, let's say I wanted to put a price alert down here at 7-Eleven. Okay. Well, okay. First thing, you go to your chart. Go to your chart. You see how there's a little dotted line that's following around. I can see the price on the y-axis. So if I've eyeballed it well enough, say I want to put a price alert at 7:10. So I right click when it's there. Now, obviously I can change that 7:10 to whatever I want. Then I save it. That's it. I don't usually put any notes intraday. You can if you want. But look how simple that was. Now I can put a price alert. I'm going to put a price alert just at the high here. Same thing. But why it's so great is that when you went and you minimize the price alert window, okay, you minimize it. You don't have to have it taking up screen space, even if you have the screen space, because what happens is when the price alert hits, and the price alert window pops up on your screen. Can't miss it. Just like that. See, it popped up on my screen. Can't miss it. You sort on the trigger time column so that you'll see it right at the very top. You can even put a sound alert in here. Okay, you can even put a sound alert on it. Why would I put a sound alert when I can see it? Because sometimes I do wander away from my computer and put my headset on, and so I hear the sound. Not just this one. If I had another alert, but I mean, I know I have a unique sound for this, so I know, aha, a price alert. So I race back in and I see what it is. Right? You just click on it and you see what's happening. Hmm. Excuse me. How's Relay doing here? RLAY. Won 5 races. Yeah, you can see how more steady these ones are compared to these. Typically, anyway, because look at this. I mean, it's not really being affected too much by what the overall market's doing. It's not chopping up and down. In fact, this is looking at rather interesting to me, anyway. It's a larger float, but it's just hanging over the whole number of 13. There's a little bit of room for it to move, 1338. That's no, I wish there were more room. I wish, instead of that high, I wish that high was more like 1350 or more. But there is a little bit of room for this to move. See if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Freudian slip there, Poe. You're looking to bet back in instead of get back in. The only problem with this one is the volume is not that great. It was 1.4 times normal, but the overall volume is not that great. spread is fine, like 1302, 1304. But it has won 5 races. Interesting. Now, because there's not that many stocks in here, so it goes to obviously not that many stocks in here, and each stock. And if there are only two in the list, you know, these are all. Wow, look at the ALHC. This is one that I wanted to short earlier. One of those healthcare stocks. Moment. One moment, guys. All right. So the ALHC again is one of those healthcare stocks that taking advantage of the as Medicare Advantage rate boost drives gains. Okay. Again, I'm in Canada. We don't have anything like this here, so I don't quite understand all this, but it doesn't really matter what I understand or not. This making whatever that announcement is making all these stocks move. You can see though, just you see the difference between these stocks that are coming from here, the large cap gainers. How way less volatile they are typically. You're not going to see giant moves down, giant moves up. I don't know if Pepe's around, but here's your favorite stock, Pepe, CELH, cratering here. Yeah, so the low yesterday, where is it at? 34.50 was the low yesterday, so it's right at that low. If it can take that out, then the next low is 33.09. Wow, a lot of room. A lot of room. We can take this out, this 34.50 out in a big way. And have almost like a dollar 50 to the next low. Well, it's still hanging around. AgPu is still hanging around the VWAP. It's one way or the other. I mean, it looks like it's right at the VWAP area. What is it going to do? Is it going to hold that VWAP and pop off it? Speaking of Tesla, you guys are talking about Tesla a lot, and boy, these are the longs. So Tesla now is down almost 4%. Its stock itself. Well, that doesn't look good now. Look at the Sky Q now. So it is now broken down through. This is not shortable for me, so I can't even short it if I wanted to, but it is now breaking down through the VWAP area. Okay, that's Sky Q. All right, guys. Well, about an hour from now, I will be taking a break, and I think I just asked Steve, make sure he's going to be in their YouTube room. Yeah, so Steve Gomez is going to be in our YouTube room, taking over for me in about an hour from now. Yeah, so Steve might look at that if he were looking at this. You're right; it is sitting. Well, it's now below it though. I should change that color if I'm going to follow this a little bit because it's hard to see even the at least you can see. Well, it's hard to see even the purple within the wave. It's certainly hard to see the blue. I'll change the color. Nope. What color might stand out? Maybe a yellow or something. Let's see what happens if I put yellow. Yeah, even uglier. Well, at any rate, the certainly is. Okay, well, here's the little trick. But I don't think it. No, just give me a moment. I'm talking to myself. I know. Yeah. So if you do it a couple of times, you can get it darker. You can get it a little bit thicker. You do it a couple of times. Wish there was a way to just increase the thickness, but you see you see how this one is a lot thicker. The purple line. Anyway, ugh, I don't like that yellow at all. It's very too pale. Yeah, I mean, this ALHC is still very strong. It's a pretty good one from our AI today. Alert was at 2151. It's at 2198 now, so it's got a 2% move. Luckily, the VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP, so I can see the I can see the purple line here, no problem. Okay, it's just when it's in the blue. Hmm. I have not clicked on this one all day long. The IOTR, other one that's hanging around the VWAP. Look what it did today, guys. I got right into. You see that the only other indicator that I use is the 200-day moving average on my daily chart, and look what it did. I got right into it, literally, maybe almost to the penny. The high is 336, and the look at that. The 200-day moving average is 336, right to the penny, and just stopped it in its tracks. Let's take a look at move. I mean, it's another 7% move for move. Again, hanging around the VWAP, coming into it, popping off it. So we have a VWAP filter, for instance. So if you just wanted to see stocks above the VWAP, you could do it. Or stocks below the VWAP, you could do it. All right, NRIX has some room, I guess. You look left, it takes out 16. But the problem is, to me, it's a little too extended, but it's not that far below the VWAP, so it hasn't. It's about 10 cents, 15 cents below the VWAP right now. NRIX. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting a little bored. Let's see, trying to find something that could be interesting. Lamb Weston, LW. Ooh, okay. Breaking down through the VWAP right now. LW. VWAP is at 40.67. Market turning down. Ooh, nice poem as always. I don't know if you're still in it. Sky Q, yeah. So that is a big move off that 690 mark, back up over the VWAP. Actually, a little buy flag now. Well, there are my thoughts. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, with that sort of a float is, it's been pretty volatile over the last half an hour. But I mean, it's through the VWAP again. Next high in the 15-minute chart is 765. Could have some stalling there. A couple of highs right there. You can see could have some stalling. Look at the 2-minute. A lot of action in this area. I think you need a lot of volume to come in. I mean, the volume is. I mean, you can see on the 15 even, but if I had a 5 up, you'd see that the volume has really subsided. I mean, it's normal. I mean, in the first half an hour, lots and lots of action. But on the 2-minute chart, you can just sort of see the volume is not great. I don't mean the absolute volume. I'm talking about the when you look at these volume bars compared to the previous ones, nothing is really standing out right now. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be back. All right, guys. Now this one was wild yesterday. The spread was awful all day. The MGRT just got halted on the way down. Okay, so what did it get up to today? Got up to almost the high yesterday, but the spread has been like $2 sometimes. So very, very, very difficult to trade. Not much volume, even 109,000 shares. Low float. So, Poe, here's your ride again, RYDE. I'll call it your ride. I mean, it's been hanging around that a dollar level most of the day. I mean, it's up 34%. I mean, I know these are the sort of things that you kind of like. So you can take a look at RYDE over the VWAP, holding over a dollar. Well, you talk about a stock that's trying to test the VWAP. Look at the FCHL just underneath, trying to test it, testing it. A little pop through, but no go so far. Oh, right. I forgot I had this one. I don't recall seeing the price alert on it because look what it did. It is on a daily chart. Took out yesterday's high, or well, not by much, but it's above yesterday's high. And 2 days before that, and 3 days before that, all basically the same number. So now this has got a lot of room, right? 334, and that's the FCHL. Let's see if it can get out like over the VWAP, which would be about 240. I'm going to put a price alert on 240. That would mean it's a little bit above the VWAP. The VWAP is at 235. Okay. Well, Pepe, we should have both just shorted CELH right in here. I think I mentioned around the 34.60 mark, got close to 34. So the markets, okay. So the SPY is down 6, then Dow is down 380. Qs are down 7 point something or other. No, 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 no. Don't do that. Give me a moment, guys. The FCHL, very interesting now. It's right around the VWAP area. It's got all this room looking left. It's up 21%. No news that I can see on it today. Crazy low float, 400,000 in the float. I'm just really watching this. I mean, the 237, 240, 237, 240. Okay, that's the bid ask on the FCHL. Kind of watching the time and sales. See if we get. Ah, can't trade it after all of that. IB won't let me trade it. It's one of those ones that they're just restricting. IB will not let me trade this one, the FCHL. After all of that, I just tried to take the trade. Well, that's a good thing. So here's another one, guys. Look how well this one's holding the VWAP. Okay, VATL right on the. You can see on the 2-minute chart. You can see all that action right at the VWAP. Little buy flag. I mean, the trend is trying to change. It was down, now it's up. Of course, a little oil play that has soared ever since what's happened. Put a pressure alert at 458. See if it can clear. The VWAP is right around that area. Low float, 8.4 million in the float. A lot of volume, 4.9 million, 14.9 million, sorry. I got to start looking at this one now as well. It just took a header. Just thinking a potential long here. Where could it go? AL. So the next high in a monthly chart is 2330. Daily chart can't see anything. The weekly chart, same thing, 2328. So, but it just had a bit of a sell-off, just a bit of a one. Yeah, this one, guys, this Viridian. I remember seeing this one being down all day. Look how beautiful that was. I mean, high was 1845, the low was 13, and it closed basically at the low. It's a little bit above that the close of yesterday, which is also it's 34 cents above the close of yesterday. Trying to obviously try to come back a bit, like a classic little bounce play. All right, guys. Well, the BHAL now is trying to break free of the VWAP. Okay, trying to break free a little bit. Some volume did come in. Okay, some volume came in. So a little bit of a push here now for BATL. Guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit. I'm still here. If you have a question, I will hop back on the mic. Okay, guys, I'm back. GLPI now. I saw this one a little earlier. I think it was underneath the whole number. Let's take a look at it now. GLPI. Yeah, a little bit over the whole number. And let's see. Look at that. At the 200-day moving average, a little bit above it, 45.94. So call it 46. So just about a little bit above the 200-day moving average. So it's trying to get through that. The next high is 46.66. Not that much room on a percentage basis. So that's what precludes me from taking it just because I just don't think there's enough room for me. Just not enough room. MGNX, I'm just looking, kind of interesting when I saw all this, but then I look left and just not enough room for it to move until it hits that next high. The next high doesn't necessarily stop it, of course, or any stock, but that's just the way I look at it. Oh boy, CCL. I mean, it's interesting to me, and it's underneath 25, big psychological number. Okay, but the next low looking left is 24.50. I mean, it's not that far away, 43 cents. I mean, if I knew it would get right down there and break through it, of course I'd take it. I'm talking about the short. So this one is down 4.4%. Let's take a look at NCLH, see how far much down it is. About the same, about 5%. And RCL, just looking at the three main cruisers. Yeah, they're all down about the same percentage. Of course, with oil prices moving higher. Jets, let's take a look at Jets, the ETF for the airline industry. Underneath the 200-day moving average. Well, guys, listen. I mean, what time is it now? I'm getting really well. Okay, how about Move? I mean, I think Move. Yeah, I just don't like the look of it. Like, when you get these little gaps on a 2-minute chart. I just don't like the look of it. You know, BATL just couldn't hang on. I mean, it looked interesting, got up in the 460s, and then, did nothing after that. It's not seeing a lot of strong trending stocks right now. I'm sure there are some. Of course, there are some. I'm just not seeing them. I mean, this is a great trending stock, ET. But, I wish I, yeah, I mean, that is pretty good trending stock right now, ET, and it's above, the high of 2 days ago. Next high is 1970. So, I mean, there is room. This dark blue is inhibiting. I'm just going to, I might as well have some fun doing something. Opacity. Let's move that opacity down a little bit. That didn't work. I thought that would, maybe I didn't save it. That's why. Aha, there we go. Okay. That was simple. Just reduce the opacity of this thing. Now I can see the lines within. Well, as bad as I didn't like this move, I mean, at least it is over 11. Oh man, 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes for Steve to get here in our, not here, but in our YouTube room. Take over from me. You know what? I should start paying a little more attention to the compare count, the upside versus downside. We're getting some good moves here. These are, I mean, they're not bad, but I'm looking at the SSL. Shortable for me also. If it runs out of steam here, SSL. It is sourcing, producing, and marketing chemical and energy products. So, I mean, it's in the right sector, obviously. Okay, this PRLD, I don't think I've seen it all day. PRLD, what is it doing right now? Again, ugly looking to me anyway. It's not smooth. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, I am back again. When did I mention Pfizer, guys? How long ago was that? I mean, Pfizer, I'm not saying it's been smoothed down, but I mean, it's been down. PFE, I think maybe I mentioned it, I don't know, when it was 27. Oh, it was a little earlier than that, maybe up in this area. Pfizer, though, down. PFE and the next low looking left, 26.42. So it has about 40 cents to that next low, PFE. This has been sneaky good, guys. It's Viridian, okay? Sneaky good. It's just, every like a penny here, a penny there, inching its way up. And this got hit hard yesterday, really hard yesterday, and sort of a little. This is a little bounce play. That's all it is. I don't think there's any good news on it. William says 55.49 gets him back in TMHC. Okay, TMHC. Let's see what he is looking at. So he is looking at a bounce play of some sort. Well, the low there, I see why he's probably talking about that one because the low, that monthly low right there is 54.58. So very close to that level. Yeah, target cut to 59, or sorry, 49 from 85 by, I don't know who these guys are at all. Seaport Global. Never heard of them. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just I've never heard of them. Also, Taylor Morrison. Oh, sorry, same guy. Sorry, not familiar with Seaport. But KBH, let's take a look at KBH. I mean, it's probably, I'm sure it's a very weak sector right now. Well, like all the sectors are weak, but yeah. So look at the whole, yeah, down 5%, 5%. So this is the home builder. This is the S&P Home Builders ETF. Okay, XHB, which is down 2.5%. And of course, what I was thinking is that KBH is an ETF, which of course it is not. It's a stock. It's a builder. Sorry, I was thinking this was a an ETF also. So KBH down. Wow. Uh-oh. Oof, you. But I was hung up. Guys, it's 11:55. Thank goodness. I'm going to be out of here in about 5 minutes. I am coming back, but to recharge my batteries a bit. Just waiting for Steve to show up. He doesn't usually show up until right at noon. So, Okay, guys, and the other thing I'll do is I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve and talk all about his magic 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So that is the link to get into our YouTube room. He's not there yet, so don't go yet. Telling you guys, it's Viridian, penny by penny. Man, almost a lifetime low, guys, for the Campbell's company, Campbell's Soup. Almost a lifetime low. That was the lifetime low last month, I think, right here. I think it had earnings. Yeah, it had earnings. And I think that's the lifetime low, the price of 20.62. That is the lifetime low for Campbell's company. You know, I mean, for a company that is, I mean, if based on the stock price, doesn't seem to be doing that well. But when I go to my local food store, I mean, is as big a display as ever for all the soups they've got. So I'm surprised. All right, guys, 11:58, just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room, and then I'll be taking off for about an hour. How is SkyQ doing? Well, it's, you know, I mean, it has that, if it can hold the VWAP, you know, like it's trying to, and maybe get some volume later on in the afternoon, it could still do its thing. I believe this was a late day mover yesterday. I think it kind of moved late yesterday. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I heard a little pop. That means that Steve Gomez is in our YouTube room right now. So, guys, I'm going to take my break. I'll see you in the main room. I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now, Steve, you can rescue me.
Rescue you?
Rescue me. Yeah, I don't know. I have it's a low energy day for me right now. I'm not seeing too much that I like, and yeah, it's just kind of floundering here. So I'm glad you're here to rescue me for an hour.
I'm familiar with those days.
Yeah. Normally, as something that I do, I don't usually have too many days like that. But for whatever reason, I'm just not feeling it. You know, I'm just not feeling it.
I said that to my wife this morning. She heard me sighing. She said, "What's wrong?" I go, "I'm not feeling it today."
But yet we've got to do what we do. So
still chained to the desk. Yep.
That's right. That's right. Okay, Steve. So I'm sure you've got a meeting to go to at 1 o'clock. So I'll try to be there a little about 5 to 1 to relieve you.
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks. All right. Let me switch over to the YouTube so I can see everybody's comments. Hello, everybody. Seeing some green tickers coming through as I just log in here, and hang on a second. There we go. Noticing oil right off the bat. You know, we are in a headline market. We had a spike to highs there. I think it was a headline. We'll probably do another headline here now with all this red ticks and oil the last hour, which of course is a good thing. That's what the market really wants to see. So every time we have a retreat in oil, we get some bids in the general market. I was lamenting with Andy this morning. You know, we had a nice bounce, 1, 2, 3, 4 days, but right into the armpit here of the declining 20-day SMA. So there's really not anywhere to go except a pullback. And this is what we got. And honestly, you know, this is frustrating, but it's still a textbook pullback here. Look at this. We ran out of overbought kind of energy up here. We get a kind of overbought into the close yesterday with a lot of space between that price and the rising 5-day moving average, which was our starting point on this day. And then just nowhere to go but pull the arrow or pull the bow and arrow back, if you will. And found perfect buyers at the tag of the 5-day moving average. This is why I use this one simple indicator, guys. For my time frame, as the market ebbs and flows and breathes in and out, it usually finds areas of interest at this blue line. And, you know, back to the daily chart, yes, we're caught under the armpit. We're caught under the pocket here, but this is fully expected. It's like, you know, a battering ram trying to knock down the castle door. It has to pull back and get a better grip and then take a second stab at it. And that's typically how price action works. And using this 5-day moving average, I love it as a gauge. I started getting a little aggressive and I bought some Tesla down here. I'll show you. And then I added to it 30 minutes ago. Why did I do that down here? I'm going to show you. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting for this day. We got it. This blue line is my stop. Disregard that. But the reason I picked up Tesla here, I've been waiting and waiting, is there is a little gap back here. And that gap was essentially just filled by the lows of today. And I took a jump in there at 348. I'm sorry, 338. Let me mess with my screen here. And so far, so good. Getting a nice uptick now as we speak. Would love to be able to, say that I did something daring. Yes, I'm catching a falling knife, but I'm catching it at an area that I'm looking left at. And I'm seeing some upticks here in a lot of things. Big spike there. I mean, everybody knows what's going on today. You know, the Iran thing with deadlines and headlines and all the craziness. I was hoping and expecting, that any weakness in the morning would be met with a midday afternoon rush. And if somebody's got their hands on a headline, maybe they can see something out there. Maybe there's something being discussed is what I'm saying, which is bringing basically relief to the market at the moment. That's what the market's waiting for. Just some positive headlines. Everybody's got absolute Iran war fatigue. We've got headline trading fatigue. So anyway, how's everybody doing? If you're here for support, please let me know and let me know what you need support with, and we'll get into it. But otherwise, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on what's happening right now. I also bought some TGB. I don't know why. I like the way copper is looking. I'll show you on the daily chart what I'm seeing. This little gathering, this loitering here, this 4 days of sideways action above the declining 10 and 20 moving average. And look at that. Here we go again. The sell-off this morning found buyers at the rising 5-day moving average. And if you don't know what I'm looking at here, if you're new, this is an excellent indicator that I use. It's nothing more than 130 SMA on a 15-minute chart. And that smooths out to divide perfectly into 130 candles. Over a 5-day trading period, you get a smoothed out 5-day moving average rather than using it on the daily chart. So Brian Shannon taught me that in his first book. Very, very good tool. Also bought some TMQ on the bounce down here. Another copper play, same kind of daily chart looking over there. Very interesting. Copper got ahead of itself with silver and gold, but has since kind of sold off, and now it's changing lanes here, as I like to say on the daily chart, meaning it's popping up through its moving averages and holding sideways. And usually you can be a day early in these, but kind of a launching pad setup if things all go well. Big spike in game. Let's see. What else am I in? Anything of interest? I've got a lot of cash still. TGB, TMQ, I showed you those. Tesla, we got that one. I'm still in this ABTC trying to pick a bottom in this thing. I don't know why, but I'm basically up 2 cents in this one because I bought it back down here. Been sitting in this one. I'd like to catch a Bitcoin play if we can get a Bitcoin move. There's nothing more American than American Bitcoin. But yeah, feel free to jump in if you have a question. Boy, what the hell's going on with Hertz? Oh my God, it's a beautiful intraday chart. And what about CAR, Avis? This thing quietly went from 100 to 230 in 2 weeks. What the hell's going on over here? All of a sudden, rental cars are a big deal? Nibius, you can't stop that one. And Kodak downs trade. Boy, that thing won't pull back. You can see I've got a line here. I'm trying to eyeball a pullback. If we get one nasty downstroke maybe on the open tomorrow, and it comes down and tags this line, I want to maybe get into Kodak because it's showing its true colors now. All of a sudden, it's coming to life. But I'll be damned. I'm not going to chase these big green bars up here. All right, I still don't see any questions, so I'm just going to continue to ramble. Silver miners, they look very much similar to the copper miners that I'm sitting in. Big push and then just kind of a sideways action there. Don't lose track of those guys. Gold, same kind of a thing. But so far, TGB is my best one of the day. I picked up that and TMQ just after it bounced off the 5-day there. I came in long NNE, and boy, I was kind of disappointed in myself. I should have sold a lot earlier. Once it broke this 5-day moving average, which I've been speaking of, sold it right about there. I'd had enough, but didn't like taking that loss. It was a small loss. Let me see if I can find a headline. Back to oil. Just trying to bounce off that pullback. There's just no conviction to the downside in oil. Every pullback is bought. I don't really see any headlines that are maybe attributed to what just happened there in oil a minute ago. It's popping right back up as we speak, which makes the NASDAQ retreat. I'm going to go 15-minute chart. Actually, this is an hour chart in crypto right now. That's oil, I'm sorry. Just a mess in crypto, back and forth, nothing really to look at. Pepe, what's up? I'm not seeing anything either. Yeah, thanks. There's just so many headlines back and forth. This is what's happening right now. I saw that meme this morning. These are traders trying to make sense. One headline says, we're absolutely in touch with Iran. Everything's going good. Iran says, nope, we've closed all diplomatic and indirect communication. So this is why it's so hard and goofy right now. Everybody's looking for a clue, a cue, something to tell. And until that happens, until we get some definitive resolution that sticks, it's going to be like this. And so if you're somebody who's short-term focused trading, take your profits when you get them. If you're somebody like me who's looking for maybe longer day or two moves, make sure your entries are perfectly contrarian. Again, like I tried to do in TGB, which is why I'm green in these things right now for the moment. In TMQ, I waited for that morning pullback and then started to buy the strength off that bounce there. But I had this in the back of my mind. I was looking at these charts yesterday. It's not some scan that just popped up and hit me in the face and said, buy it. It's just something I noticed towards the close. Yep. Again, it's all about oil. There was nothing really to be done there. All right, if somebody's, I see crowd growing. If somebody missed it, this is for support for Trade Ideas Pro. If you guys need some help with something, let me know. Happy to share things, happy to talk about it. There we go, range breakers. Is there a way to optimize parameters and odds maker? There sure is. Great question. So let me think here for a second. What's been doing well? Probably, let's see. I'm going to load something from the cloud. I doubt that's been working well, but I'm going to keyword is 130, pull back to the 130 SMA alert. Okay, so I'm going to load an alert window talking about what I've been kind of hitting on this morning, these pullbacks to the blue line, which is the 5-day moving average. And there might be a few of these today. So that one's hitting it right there. We're going back in time. That one bounced off the blue line. So we're going to say, what happens if we buy this scan off that blue line and try and hold for an hour or so? And then I'll show you how to optimize it. So we back test the alert window. You can give me a setup too. Problem is I can't receive the setup here, but let me just show you how to do it. And then if you want, you can email the setup to info@trade-ideas. I can try and open it. Why am I, hang on a second. I need to switch accounts here so I can be an administrator. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to keep the start time 6:45. We'll stretch it out all day. We got to start with all day's data. We're going to simulate a buy. We're going to simulate an exit after, we'll say 60 minutes. We'll start there. Risk management, we'll keep it simple. We'll risk, 1% to try and make 3%. And advanced, we're just going to sample like the last, few days here. No, we're going to go off, 30 days. Okay, so quickly we'll get a 30-day sample to start with. And then to answer your question, is there a way to optimize the parameters? There's a couple ways. So right off the bat, we're just going to get a lot of noise here. Okay, this is ridiculous. I don't know why. Those should be 0 in commissions. All right. Zero. There we go. I just want to see the performance, not commissions. First thing we do, range breakers, is the most important thing. Optimization is our key tab. I want to go to, price interval. Yeah, we could say this is interesting. So look, everything basically under, we'll say under 140 bucks here. We can absolutely change our parameters right here by right-clicking and say, set that as our max. So now we've changed the strategy. You'll see it highlights and it goes 0.99. That always shows you it's been optimized. And we'll okay that and we'll move on. The one that I find interesting is time of day. And we can go to intervals here, maybe 15-minute intervals, and try to get a heat map of what time of day might be working the best. Let's do 30-minute. We can see the whole day. So it looks like if we start at 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 my time, we could run it all the way into maybe 9 o'clock. So we've got an hour and a half of kind of the best trades. The best trades are going to occur really in this block right here between 7 and 8. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say we're going to run this again. Backtest strategy. We're going to change the time from 7. We'll go from 7 to 9 just to see if we can catch some good stuff, which is right up into lunchtime. And so we're simulating the new time. We've got our new adjustment in the price. Now we can compare original run to new run. And look at this. It's already fantastically better. Here's our first run summary. All right, we had 1,800 trades, and we whittled that down to 800 trades, and we've turned the colors green. All right, that's the first layer. If you haven't been familiar with how to do this, with your scan, you can do this. Do the time of day. That's really interesting. That's all we've done is time of day. And we adjusted the price. But here's where you can do a real fun deep dive, range breakers. I'll do it slowly for you. Again, we're going to optimization. For example, if I want to test 1% take profit to 10%, you're going to have to come back and manually do it. Yeah, the answer is you're going to have to manually do it. And let's take that as a second. Let's take that a second step here. Let's run it again, but we'll timed exit 60 to 120. The only thing we can do are the filters in. I'll show you in case you weren't aware of it. But the first thing we'll do is we'll do a 120. We're going to double our time of hold and see if it gives us anything better. But it is manually to answer your question. But let me show you something you may not be aware of. Actually, the 60-second hold works better, I think. Maybe not. They're about the same. 60-minute. So just watch me here on this one. Yeah, oof. See, we learn what doesn't work. But watch this. Optimization, other filters. Now, all of a sudden, we've got this drop-down menu that we can just start to run against things. And I think running against, like, what is the S&P doing on the day is a good one. So if I go to drop-down filters, S&P change today, our heat map changes to what's the S&P doing. So I can see that, boy, we've got a really nice solid green here at negative point. So if I right-click and go there, set our minimum that we're adding a S&P strategy filter now. We're adding it. I've just identified the minimum is going to be negative 1.6, okay? And I want to take it all the way up into positive. So strategy max. There's a million options. How can you possibly know which ones will work? We can't run it through an AI process. It has to be done manually. Essentially, that's just how it goes. So I'm going to click OK. But the answer to your question, I know what you're asking, is there's no optimizer to go through and do this for you. You've got to kind of work through it yourself. Is there some other? Yeah, it's just those two right there, the drop-down menu. So I get what you're saying. It'd be wonderful, and maybe in the future we can figure out a way to do that. But let me just introduce this concept to you. What the AI is doing each and every day, it's taking strategies of its own and running it through and optimizing it. So the only way we can really get an automatic optimization of what you're looking for are these AI signals that come out. They have been re-optimized every single night. a couple million times. So there's no way that we can do input output and say, at this point, there's no way. Maybe in the future, we hopefully can get there where you can say, okay, AI, show me Tesla, and what's the most optimal way to trade Tesla, and then let it just chew on Tesla's if-thens and back tests and optimizations and then spit out some sort of an answer for you. We don't have that yet. It's in the works. It's something that should be able to have an input output, but we just don't have it yet. Yeah. Can you reset the P&L from the back tester? Yeah, I can do. We can do that for you. I'm going to type in the email. Just send us an email, and one of the people who answer the email can do it for you. You can't do it yourself, but we can do it for you. Go ahead and just say, please reset my SIM account to that email. Do I offer one? Personally, I don't, but you can, again, throw an email in there. And if somebody, there's a couple of people here that might do that on the side, but this is my offer to the public. I'm doing it today, and I'll be here on Thursday too. How do I set up my own strategy info backtester to see how it works live? You can do that. I'm gonna drop a video on how to do that Chris made. It's called Automating Your Own Strategy. Automations. And ironically, in the title, Chris is available sometimes for one-on-ones. It's just not always, it's hit or miss. But I'm going to drop this link there for you. This is for you, range breakers. The video on how to automate your own strategy. And you can backtest those strategies before you release them live. And let me backtrack, before you release them in sim. All right, what you want to do is you want to set those up and start sim trading, autos trading, and the video goes over how to do that versus live. Still looking for a break in oil. That's kind of what the market's looking for. That's a signal that we might have a headline, but nothing yet. Yeah, you want to spend time in the laboratory finding a strategy that works. Now, I'll give you this. Strategies might work for a few weeks and then the market changes. The hardest part is knowing when to, cut off or redeploy something different. Because what works in a back test might work great for the past 30 days, but it's never going to work all the time. And the beauty of the back tester is sometimes it tells you what's not working and what to avoid. And don't do that, for lack of a better way. All right, hello, new user. I'm one to have questions about the premium subscription. Please, before this hour is over, are you willing to answer? Yes, I'm here to answer questions for another 30 minutes. Whatever you want to learn about trade ideas, you mentioned the AI strategies, we can look at that. There's 3 trades in there today. The filter is set to none. I could go to just show me the profitable trades, and there's 2 profitable out of the 3 that are currently working. But whatever you want to ask me, that's why we do this at 12 Eastern every day. Which, by the way, if you're looking for Dan tomorrow, he's out of town. The whole family's out of town, so he'll be back next week. There will be no live session tomorrow. You can't get further data more than 60 days. The database is too large, and they made a decision long ago to purge all data after 60 days in terms of the back tester. So that's really the only, and again, like I said, things can change a lot in 3 months. It's 3 calendar months, but 63 days of trading days is what's actually in there. So it's 3 months when you include the weekends. So yeah, go ahead and ask the question, Cat or K-Rat, sir. I do enjoy seeing Tesla find a bid. We don't track the ratio of success, but what I can show you is this. Anybody can go into the AIXi, all right? And this will kind of answer what your question is, but you just got to do a little legwork on your own. Go into history all, last 60 days, and you're going to see all of the trades. What you can do from there is highlight the entire thing, do like a Control-C, and then a Control-V, a copy-paste. You can paste that into a spreadsheet. And from there, you can analyze all that data yourself, and you can extrapolate whatever you want to see. But we don't have any sort of running total or anything like that. Everybody has a different experience with the AI. They have different entries, different exits, different experiences with the same trade. But look at it nothing more than, like I was explaining earlier, in the evening each night, the AI goes through and tries to optimize a lot of the strategies that are in there that are proprietary. And the strategies that are doing well go on the bench to come in the game. The ones that are not doing well, they go back in the locker room. They're not going to be deployed. So that's why we call it the strategies window. This is the trades window. But again, you can go back and do a whole history and just copy and paste and scrape all that data and pop it into a spreadsheet. And then you can figure out, how you want to look and massage that data, because there's no one right way to do it. What I was going to say earlier is this comes in handy when we see a buy program come into the market. I love seeing this green line spike up. This was when oil was coming off earlier, and we had a lot of bids in the NASDAQ and the S&P. They're still coming in here, these S&Ps and NASDAQ, so they're fighting back to try and reclaim yesterday's range here. Where does someone start with coming up with all their strategies? Trial and error and the sim trader. And, some people, share strategies with others. I don't have anything to share other than the one that I just gave. It's a starting point. I gave it. I showed it to you at least. And I did forget to share it. So let me reload that. And I can share this with the crowd. The recommended window for using Holly, you can do it a couple different ways. You can go to the docked channel bar and get a whole dock container window, and that'll give you a ton of different perspectives of how to use the AI. It shows you the strategies that made it last night. It shows you the trades that are in. That's one way to do it. The way I like to do it is just add it to my existing, which is down here, minimized. You saw it earlier. I just use this window. And so the way in which you get to that window is On the toolbar, just go to New. At the bottom, AI Trades. It needs to say trades in there. If you just do strategy, it's going to show you the strategies, not the real trades. So if you click that window, this will open up. This down here is what we call the long term. These are trades that triggered back at one point in the past, and they're still trending higher. So somebody was asking about this earlier. You will have names drop in and drop out, but it only goes back to April 2nd, as far back as February. These are all trades that triggered intraday, and they're still moving higher. So it's called, Trade Ideas long-term strategies. You can get there by right-clicking and say, show long-term trades, show long-term strategy. I'm going to turn those off for now. Tesla, new 30-minute high. If you don't know how to open that link window, what is the goal in 10-minute race? It depends on what you're looking at. Any type of race that's set up is going to have a time frame. The goal is to a couple things. Let me see. Was it on there? I don't think it was on the one that I just showed, was it? AI, I don't think so. Or was it? Okay. So let me find a different channel. Let's do explosive winners. And the race is just a different way of looking at a top list. And more importantly, like you said, 10-minute race was your question. So these are the names that are in play. And the docked layout here has put these names into this window. And here's a 15-minute chart. This one's doing well. So as this starts to run in a 10-minute time frame, it'll show you who's been the strongest in the last 10 minutes. But what gets interesting is you'll start to see the names show up here. Every 10 minutes, you'll get a new winner circle. And sometimes you'll see maybe an hour and a half after the market opens, you've got a name that you haven't been watching, but it's won 3 10-minute races. So it's just basically a very strong indicator of what today's action is going to be. So Dan experiments with doing small, longer time frame races, like 1 hour. But a 10-minute time frame is a good way to just kind of get over and over, who's consistently showing up in the winner circle, so to speak. Oil's getting a little heavy up here. Just need one good headline. If it sticks, that doesn't get subverted 2 minutes later. Back to the races, one of the things I had told people when they first came out is, pay attention to, like I said, an hour after the market opens and look over there and see, oh, there's a couple of names that just keep showing up. Well, those are the names that are in play for the day. So it's kind of a way to just sift through all the noise and find things that are just really moving well. But you don't want to obviously chase things. You want to look for pullbacks or consolidations or areas of interest. You don't just pull it up and buy it. Trade of the week, last week was Lunar. That one took its time, but finally did go. And now we've got ASTS. which is back in play here again, holding up nicely. All these moon space stocks. Then you've got Rocket Lab. Keep an eye on these as the Artemis headlines keep the retail people kind of interested in space. Just can't stop Nibis. Nibius. I like what Tesla's trying to do there. And again, if you just joined, I bought it earlier, a very important gap fill. I'm going to scroll back here. There it is, right there. There's a Tesla gap right there. Now, after all that's been said and done since that point last fall, you round up to almost 500. Here's the gap way back here. And it's almost like the price has been hell-bent on coming back and filling that gap. For whatever reason, that's a valid observation. And if Tesla can really just crank it back and close near the top of the highs, we'll be stuck with a nice bottoming tail, which literally filled the gap. The blue line that's in there now is my stop on this trade, but I've got a great price under 340. And I'd like to keep this one. I don't want to just bounce out of it in 2 days. I'd like to keep this one because I believe Tesla's going to be a great company. And everybody that bought up here at $4.99 is probably already sold by now. They're miserable down here at 340. So I want to be a contrarian and try and pick up, a good long-term play that I don't flip quickly down here. But the day is still long. The buyers just keep coming back in oil. But curiously, it's not pulling the market back. So these are the kind of observations you have to kind of make sometimes. Thank you. Is something I can apply for momentum for day trade? Yeah, it is. It's just you want to make sure, again, that you're identifying the strongest stocks and then you're looking for good entries in those for a day trade. You're not pulling it up and seeing it's making new highs and then you think, oh my God, I've got to get in because I'm missing out. Once you catch yourself feeling that and trying to chase new highs, you're probably going to learn real quick that those aren't the best entries. You're going to want to keep an eye on those. And let me show you, it's a great tool to always constantly, let's see, if I pull up something that's been running like this, not like that, but if I can find something that's been running like maybe Hertz. And, you noticed Hertz back here and you said, whoa, I got to keep an eye on this thing. All of a sudden the volatility pulls back down to here, but look, it pulls right back to a level that I like to use, the 10 SMA. That's your entry. Or let's say you missed that one. You're watching it again. It's still in play, but it's pulled back again, and the buyers are holding support here. These are the entries that you want to take on those stocks, not this one and not this one. The more distance you have from the 10 SMA to the current high price, the more treacherous it is to jump in and make that your entry. So what I was getting at was you could set a price alert. If I can find a better example, like let's say you were watching the open here in CAR and you thought, boy, I really want this, but I'm not trading that. I want to be alerted if the price pulls back and fills the gap at the moving average. You right click, create price alert, and it's a 1-2 punch. That's step 2. Step 1 is using the race to determine what stocks are in play. But you want to try and be sneaky and figure out how can I get the best entry. And so start putting up price alerts down below where they might try to shake some people out early on, and you become the contrarian. And even if you're wrong, your risk reward is much better down here than it is buying something that's at new highs. So I just really want to caution people on momentum trading and chasing stock races that are on new highs. Don't be the one to buy the new high. Be the one to recognize that that symbol is strong today and start really watching those and using price alerts to catch a nice pullback to give yourself a better entry, because the better the entry, the better the staying power, and the better the staying power, the better the mind and the confidence and the whole thing. It's a good day trading tool, KRAT, and exactly in the context of what I was just saying. So whether it's the AI showing you what's in play today, or a stock race on a momentum layout that's showing you what's in play, they're both kind of serving the same purpose. They're giving you a condensed list of what you should be focusing on. From that point forward, it's really up to you to maximize the best entries you can get. But the more you find yourself chasing and feeling like fear of missing out, that's the wrong feeling. You should be feeling more zen about identifying it and then catching a really good entry. Yes, we do trade. I'm glad you mentioned that. Barry will watch a stock and wait, and then he will buy a new high, but his new high is with reason. It's coming at an area of prior congestion or a prior level that's being chewed through by the buyers. I'm speaking more in terms of like a giant green 15-minute candle. It's so extended, and you jump in and you buy the top end of that green candle with nothing, to the left of it, so to speak. So since I'm on a longer time frame, I don't generally do that, but Barry is the day trader, so he's trading momentum. You just have to know when is the right time to buy the high. Where does it come from to get to that high? If you pull it up and it's already moved 5% in the single candle, you don't want to buy that high, and you won't see Barry doing that either. All right, good. Happy to help both you guys there. Stuart, hello. Oh, good to see you. Again, Dan won't be here tomorrow, but I will be back on Thursday, and Andy will be here Friday to help new traders or other traders who are just looking for some ideas, or if you want some help reading charts. I always like looking at charts and giving you the truth as I see it. I thought these nuke stocks might have a good shot today, like UEC and NNE, but I was wrong. You're welcome, Stuart. I'm happy to give advice. I've been doing it a long time. I can't tell people what they should do, but I can tell you the biggest pitfalls to avoid that most traders definitely fall into a trap. Falling in love with a stock and not looking at the downtrend and just saying, oh my God, here comes another down day. But I know the minute I sell this stock, it's my favorite stock. I love the CEO. I love the business model. And if it turns and runs without me, I just can't live with myself. I've been there. I know what that feeling's like. But those are the traps that new traders find themselves in. That, and then chasing, oh my God, GameStop just ripped 30%. I better buy it. That's going to hurt you as well too. It might feel good for a few minutes, but when the bids drop and the rug gets pulled, your losses add up really quickly. So it's all about the entry. I try to find stocks that are trending, that are doing well. It's hard to find stocks that are trending lately, though. So therefore, I had to shift to something like Tesla, where I just bide my time again, and I wait, and I look left, and I say, where would these algos and sellers likely drive Tesla to? Well, they drove it right through that support level, which was a pivot level, those two highs there. And I said, well, if they drive it through that, they're heading for the gap. And they did. They drove through that and they headed for the gap. They filled the gap at the lows right there at 338. I'm long at 339. And I'm super happy at the moment that we have reclaimed 1, 2, 3, 4 candles intraday as the 10 SMA starts to flatten out. What I want to see now is a continued development of the SMA, 10 SMA curling up and starting to support the price. By the end of the day, we could have a really nice tail. And when you have a bottoming tail that corresponds with a significant area on the daily chart, that's kind of the stars lining up for me to hold and put that in my back pocket. I'm grateful to you. Are longs and shorts treated equally? I don't short very much at all. So if I don't see an edge, I step aside and use cash as a defense. But you want to do the exact same thing in momentum that I'm talking about in shorts. The worst thing you can do is start shorting brand new lows, because getting bounced out of a new low in a short is no fun. You have to wait for the stock to bounce up and run out of steam and get kind of caught under the armpit of moving averages. And that's when you want to pounce, because you're giving yourself a better risk reward on that entry as well. Again, it always comes back to the entry. How well is your entry? What's keeping you a Tesla bull? I'm in Canada. We're about to allow Chinese EVs into our market. I'll tell you exactly. It's not about cars. It's about AI. XAI, Tesla, the Optimus robots are coming out. Optimus robots are going to be cruising around town in cyber cabs 5 years from now, showing up to do a spot welding job and then driving down the street to do some cleanup, and then driving down the street again to go do some elderly care for Mr. Johnson, who doesn't have any family. That's the world we're going into. And what people don't understand is AI right now is basically just LLMs, language predictors. What Tesla is doing is it's basically watching everybody and feeding human nature from their Tesla cars, watching how they cross the street, how they get up if they fall, how they stop, what they do, how they react. And it's using that data to download into their Optimus bots. So bottom line is, stop thinking of Tesla as an EV market car. Start thinking of them as a brand new technology leader. And what they're doing with macro hard and the software and the AI, they're going to be the leaders in AI, and they're going to be the leaders in robotics. They're going to be the leaders pretty much in anything they do, because I'm investing in Elon. The guy's a freak. And I just have to have a technical reason to jump in and take it down here, because everybody that's bought it up here was, buying into the same hype that I just gave you. The problem is it was a bit expensive up here. So if I can lean into a good, $150 discount, $160 discount, I'll take it. Because if you ask me what company am I most bullish on, what's the next 600-pound gorilla, it's going to be Tesla. I mean, I know they already are pretty big, but wait till they get into robotics and AI even deeper. I read just a great white paper from Brian Rommel. If you don't follow him on X, you should. He's an AI genius, and he and Elon communicate back and forth a lot. And he basically said, envision a small town, that's kind of been, that needs revival, needs a spark. A lot of people have left this small town, and all of a sudden somebody rolls into town with a couple of Optimus robots and cyber cabs, robo-taxis that can drive anywhere around town. And these robots can do basically any job that's needed to be done, from welding to agriculture to home healthcare to cooking to cleaning. And they can come in and they can basically be a workforce 16 hours a day, every day of the year. And this guy kind of opened my eyes to, what's coming. And it's mind blowing. And I don't think any other company is going to be close to what they're doing. I would not go to school to be a surgeon right now, because by the time you get out and become ready to be a surgeon, the Optimus robots are going to be 10 times better than you. They're going to have a steadier hand, and they're going to know what to do in the middle of a bleed or a crisis. They're going to consult the cloud and the other 15,000 robots that have done that surgery, and they're going to have a solution in AI in the moment. There's just no way you're going to be able to compete. So, you know, on one hand, it's kind of scary. It'll be a slow adoption, just like LASIK surgery was. Not everybody was into LASIK surgery when that started, but now nobody wants to have, you know, a 70-year-old doctor with a shaky hand do LASIK surgery. You'd rather have the robot do it because you've seen the data. Get ready for your car insurance to go down 5 years from now as all these auto self-driving Teslas and technology make the streets a lot safer. They've already got data that shows it's 9 to 10 times safer. If we had a whole fleet of auto driving robots on the street, they're 10 times better than humans. It's going to be less accidents, less deaths, less drunk driving, lower insurance costs. All this kind of stuff is coming. Yeah, we're going to be losing jobs, but that's the flip side. Everything is going to become a lot less expensive, a lot more accessible. Thank you for coming to my sermon. All right, I think I answered everybody's questions. Hopefully, I'm going to be leaving here in a couple of minutes. Or thank you for coming for my TED Talk, I should say. What got into Avgo? Broadcom. Strong. Been in a downtrend too. This is a big break of a downtrend in Avgo. It's worth noting. Broke its 50-day moving average and moving higher. You are very welcome, Kat. I will be back here, K-Rat. I will be back here on Thursday, and you can have another full hour. I'm happy to help people who, you know, want to learn how to not make mistakes and get better.
Well, Steve, let's talk about the thing you didn't talk about, which is you and I will be out of a job also.
How so? Which one?
Well,
which part?
Well, I mean, you just if you had some kind of an like me, a robot that could just look at the market at a glance and just in my best robotic voice, okay, people, this is what you should. Seriously, very serious.
We're not talking
about tomorrow, but.
I'm not saying that's not going to happen, but you and I also have a knowledge base that will still serve us well personally. You know, we can still trade markets, but you know, you're just going to have competition.
Yeah. I mean, obviously trading on your own account is going to be awesome, but I'm just wondering about, you know, doing what I do, what you do, if it's going to be even necessary. I mean, I'm not talking tomorrow. I think we're okay for
on the education side. Yeah, I think there's definitely a good symbiotic relationship that could come from that. You know, somebody was asking earlier about, you know, how do I know where to start? If you're still here, I'm talking to you. You know, where do I start with the strategies to start testing? Where do I? AI is a perfect solution for that.
Exactly.
Like, here's the kind of trader I am. This is my time frame. I'm kind of risk averse, but I'm not really. I'm willing to take. Give them a whole scenario of what type of trader you are, and then say, "Can you please give me 5 scenarios that I can plug into trade ideas using some technical filters that we offer, and give me some starting points?" I'm sorry I didn't think of that earlier, quite honestly.
Always good to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to go. I know. Thanks for. So I guess we'll see you on Thursday.
I'll be here Thursday. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Steve.
Bye. I'll be here Thursday. Try the veal.
Try the veal. Just waiting to, there we go. Okay, guys, I am now back in both rooms. Just give me a moment as I get rid of my announcement. And get my music going. But racing and all, like why I don't know if Steve really touched on this point, but what I think is one of the excellent things about the race is that it creates a top 10 list for you, you know, automatically. You can see right here, I've got 10 stocks here. I've got 10 stocks here. I'm not saying you should have two races going, so you have 20 stocks, but I've got 10 stocks here that if all I wanted to do then was just watch these stocks all day long, click on them, see what they're doing. Are they setting up for me yet? If not, go on to the next one. So these are all the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And there are two very different races. I mean, this is a volatile race. You're going to get the stocks like the AIXi that all of a sudden just shoots up, okay? Whereas this is more of a large cap race, large float. Well, not large float necessarily, but a minimum float of 50 million, and also stocks near the high of the day. So you're going to have, when I click on BNL, it has a hugely different look than most of the ones I'm going to see here. So, but it doesn't, the fact that these are not as volatile and you're not going to get the huge percentage moves does not mean they're bad to trade at all. It just means they're just not as volatile. So I don't know if the person who was asking about, why a 10-minute race, there's no magic about the time frame really. I mean, I'm using a 4-minute race. I want to see more winners. Okay, I want to see a top 10 list generated fairly quickly. So that's why I like to use a 4-minute race as opposed to a 10, because there's not a winner until the race is over. Speaking of the AIXi, I was on my break when all of a sudden I did see this. I was right at around 12:30, and all of a sudden, boom! Unfortunately, I could not act quickly enough. And that went from about 158 to 271 in a 3-minute, 4-minute period. And before it pulled back a little bit, but it's right back up to highs now. But these are very volatile. I mean, look at actually, it's funny. The float is, it's low, but it's not crazy low. 16 million in the float. But it is one of these, China stocks. And now the rug pull. Yes, Brandon. Now the rug pull. And also on the way down. You've got to be really, really careful careful meaning, you cannot wander away from your computer. Sure, you can put a stop in, but you know what? Your stop, depending how many shares you have and all that, some of these things move so quickly they can blow right through your stop. Let's just say, for instance, you had a stop. You were sitting in this one at 254, and you said, you know what? I'm going to put my stop at 230. Okay, sitting up here, you've made some good money. You want to get out at 230. There's a good chance you would not, depending on how many shares you had, it's a good chance you would not been able to get out at your stop at 230, all your shares, because it went down so quickly. So you had 1,000 shares. Maybe you get off 100 of them. I don't know. I mean, in a stock like this, with a low float and very volatile. Well, you can use stop market, of course, but then you won't necessarily get out of at the stop price you want. If you're talking about, sure, you can always get out of a stock, going at the market, of course. But technically, that's usually not what for a normal type of a trade. That's not what you want to do. Anyway, I mean, that's why though if I'm in any one of these really low float situations, I'm never wandering away from my computer. Now, even if I'm sitting here, it might have been hard, but more than likely I would have taken some off anyway in a trade like this. Okay, so even if it blows through my stop and I don't get out my entire position, I've still probably made decent money on the way up. So it is now 1 o'clock. I sort of like this BNL. It's just a snoozer. I like it though because I mean, look, it's got some room. Looking left, it's got room. 1941, but it's just kind of a bit of a snoozer. over the whole number. I sort of caught another tail end about, yeah, I mean, I am more of a momentum trader, but you can see on something like this where it's basing right at the right near the high of the day. Not necessarily this one because it's just not. I just don't think it's going to have the drive. But what if this were one of those stocks that maybe a slightly lower float and it's sitting here, then all of a sudden some volume comes in, pushes it through the high of the day. Those are the ones I really like. But I'm not. It's not that I'm chasing, as Steve said, not like I'm chasing the top of a 15-minute candle. I'm talking about stock that's just kind of consolidating right at the high of the day, maybe a little bit under, then boom, pops through. See some of those later on in the day. Not so much a stock like this, but had SkyQ not taken such a drop, it could have been like a SkyQ. Speaking of which, there it is. Had it been trading up in this area, right up here over the VWAP, just kind of doing nothing for, and then all of a sudden volume comes in. That could have popped it right. That could have made it going for a while. So on the flip side, I'm looking at, here's the KVUE. This is a stock near the low of the day. It's underneath the whole number. What's the, flip side, as in shorting, potential shorting? Lots of shares, 27 million Interactive Broker. So that's not an issue. The next low looking left, I think that's higher, 1692. So it's kind of right there on a daily chart. On a weekly chart, let's see if there's anything that could, yeah, you see right there, if you look at this weekly chart, there's a low at 1684, then the next one. So for me, it just doesn't become as attractive when I look left and I see these little lows on the weekly that could act as a bit of support. So I won't take that short now. All right, guys, I am now 103 right now, so I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today, including all the scans and top lists and, well, not top lists, but races that I'm sharing. Okay, what you see, I'm sharing. And I have a few other things that you cannot see that I am sharing. So clicking on my homepage link, and this promo code is still good. More than likely it's over tomorrow, okay, by tomorrow. But here's the promo code you can still use. You can still get 25% off. First month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you choose our standard or our premium service, okay? You can also use it to upgrade. If you've got a standard service right now, you want to upgrade to premium, you can do so. Or I guess, or monthly to annual, you can do so. And all I ask, use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. The reason being is that I'm moderating 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room. So those of you on YouTube, and also, maybe you don't know, but also have another room called the trading room. And it is free also. But there's some big benefits to this room. I mean, listen, YouTube is fine. You want to stay in YouTube, you just want to hear me, listen, and see my screen, that's fine. But if you are looking for a lot more interaction with other traders, if you're looking for a room that actually is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, so you got a lot of pre-market action there. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. He does it in the trading room. I don't. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me to do that. So again, mucho thanks to Obi for doing that. I get in both rooms at around 9 o'clock in terms of being on the mic. But then even this room, You know, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always stay later for questions, but if I do take off around then, this trading room is still open. It'll be open today. William keeps it open, usually between 3:30 to 3:45. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 to 3:45 Eastern time. So if you're looking for a lot more action, come into this room. It's free. And if you keep scrolling down, Steve, who did the 12 to 1 stint in YouTube today, he is the originator of the trades of the week. So here's how you can sign up for it. The trades of the week are free. You'll get them before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. My scan. So if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, and you know the stuff that you can actually see on the screen that I monitor that I'm sharing, click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, go to the custom scans area. So here's the large cap gainers. Is here. That's the large cap gainer race. This race is a more volatile race right here. Upside versus downside movers here. This is basically taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. And if you see green, means the stock has made a new high for the day. If you see red, it's made a new low for the day. And it's like a crawl, and this is all real time. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Here are the halts resumes. Not a lot of them today. Usually the halts resumes is full, almost by 9:35. Then here are some scans that I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at them. I've got a momentum scan, a gap scanner, a combo scan, and the William up down 25-cent scan. I don't have them up and running right now. Doesn't mean next week I won't bring one of them back, but right now, this is what I have. Thank you, El Turu, 1494, in our YouTube room. Nike, guys. Nike is an all-time low. Nike, NKE, all-time low. Let that sink in. Nike is an all-time low. We had earnings a few days ago, not good. And every time it makes that a low here, this is an all-time low. Nike. I mean, I just find it hard to believe an all-time low for a stock like Nike. I mean, maybe I shouldn't find it hard to believe, but one of those bellwether stocks you think will always be around, but who knows? I look at Starbucks too. You know, I mean, but I mean, Starbucks has come off the mat here, 85 to 94. I just look at Nike with the high price sneakers, Starbucks with a high price coffee. I mean, do we really need that? That was phrased incorrectly. We do not need high price coffee, but it is, you know, I guess a social experience to a certain extent. But okay, how about this one? AGH, just over the whole number of 4. You know, these little gaps on a 2-minute chart, but I guess it's because all of a sudden there was the zooming up. Is this halted? Not halted. Well, this is the one I bypassed, the KVUE. I didn't like it because of the what I saw on the weekly chart. I thought there could be too much potential support on the weekly chart. Moving down, did move down a little bit, not much. So this two-time ETF for UNH is still, it's almost at the high still. I mean, I mean, yes, William, at the beginning of the day, it would have been a great short-term short. Boy, this has been super strong. And again, with the news, all that news about, I'd have to actually, something about an 11%, something to do with 11% that they're saving. That's all I can say on certain policies, I guess. You can see here, okay, so here it is. So UNH, the stock is up 10.5%. Okay, and UNHG should be up about 21%. There we are. Okay, why? Because it's a two-timer. So you'll get double the move on the way up, but remember, you get double the move on the way down. And there's plenty of units. So if you looked at earlier UNH, you thought, man, I wouldn't mind taking it. It's so expensive. Well, here's your antidote. Okay, as long as you remember that if UNH, like this is not obviously the only ETF designed for. There are probably hundreds and hundreds now of ETFs, two-time ETFs for hundreds of different stocks now. Maybe thousands, maybe not thousands, but certainly hundreds. So, guys, any questions? Good time to ask. Anytime's a good time, but I'm not doing too much right now. As I said to Steve when he took over for me, I didn't feel it today. Because, you have it's not that nothing was happening, but I just didn't quite feel it. I like this one. I almost took this one right around here. But you know what? It really follows. I was watching you. I have both of them thumbnailed. Okay, on one of my other monitors. And I was watching UNHG, and it was doing this. I mean, that is. So I had to. I was following that. Yes. Oh, I think you're back in track of picking these bottoms again. Not just on SkyQ, but the last little while. I mean, that is a great bottom pick. I'm sure you're not here at 6, but it's a great bottom pick. I was saying, I mean, maybe it comes back. I mean, it's already coming back. Don't get me wrong, but it's through the VWAP. Maybe it has that late day move. The high of the day was up here at 828. I mean, that would have a ways to go, but you know what? The price cleared in 764. See if it continues higher. And this has not been shortable for me all day. I mean, this is another one that, well, maybe not. It's the float is a little larger, 20 million. But you can kind of see what it's doing. It's sitting on the VWAP. Maybe if the VWAP really holds it and some volume comes in, it could pop it. Hasn't been another super dynamic one. It got up to 649. It's pulled back a dollar. So I was reading when the SPY was popping. I think William, you were looking to see if there's any sort of news. All right. So William is long. Kimberly Clark. They probably have an ETF. So William plays bounces a lot. 93.51. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I was looking at this. Time was that 1:15? Oh, that's right. Well, you're a very quick trader. That's see. Duo is an earnings play today. Duo. How was Duolingo doing? Yeah, I mean, look at this. The high up here, $550. What's that, a year ago? Yeah, last May. $550 last May. 96 now. Another, I mean, some of these stocks have just been absolutely crushed. Look at the SMR. I mean, not long ago, $57 stock, $9 now. All the nukes. Yeah, I mean, they're just, the nukes are just completely in disfavor. Worst performing sector right now. Any volume in this? I want to see how much. Yeah, this just doesn't have a lot of volume, but this is nukes and uranium and LR. Well, let's see what this one did. The one that I could not buy. Well, it's just ugly. Could not buy. Interactive brokers would not let me buy. One of those ones they're trying to protect me from myself. But if you have, I mean, this, yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow with this one. But if you have access, I would keep an eye on this FCHL just because of the gap. Well, that would have been one of Steve's favorite plays. Look at the AIXi. That blue line in my chart, that's the 10 SMA. Okay. And, if you were listening, he probably talked a lot about it when he was in YouTube between 12 and 1. And he probably talked a lot about it. And, that's what he waits for. He doesn't wait for the VWAP or anything else. He waits for a touching of the 10 SMA, see what it does, and see if it bounces off it. And then he takes that trade. The 10 SMA was actually about 186. So that, pretty darn good, really, in that particular case. Well, when I look at Sky Q, what I see is a lot of potential resistance right, right here. You can kind of see right at the top here, right here. It's on a 2-minute chart. On a 15, it'd be that area right here. Now, if you get some volume popping it through, it doesn't matter, but you're going to need some volume because there's a lot of action right here. Okay, Bullfrog AI. This is now at yesterday's high, 118. If it can take that out in a big way, you've got 150. So there's a chance there's the volume coming in, but this is exactly what I would not chase. I would not chase it. Ideally, it would pull back a little bit, maybe rest a bit, and then pop through. But I'm not going to chase it right now. But a couple of good things. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average at 109. It's near yesterday's high, right at yesterday's high. And it's moving above it. And, it may run, and it's going to run without me. I might have to up the volume in this. Yeah, I mean, up the volume to 500,000 shares or something. I'll miss out on something. I mean, this PRLD actually doesn't look bad. I'll miss out on something like that, but yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna up the volume to 500,000. Three to one, William. 3 to 1. I love the excellent. I love the. Well, you know what? I can see how it gets confusing. Exclamation point right above the letter one. Or did you do that on purpose? Boy, that ever get ugly? I mean, look, this one we saw in the pre-market, looked really good. Well, good. I mean, it was up a lot, still up 40%. But man, ADVB, once the market opened, it basically just drifted down, 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 down. Now, is it hitting any sort of a bounce area? It doesn't look like. I mean, it's below the VWAP, so LXEO has a little bit of room if you look at the daily chart. 640 is the next high, sitting at 617. Volume came in. You can see the volume burst came into LXEO. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I think I'm just going to put myself on mute for a while. I'm still here. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic, which is what I'm going to say in my message. All right, guys, I see that there are no more questions, no questions in the last 45 minutes. So I'm going to wrap this up. Thanks for all the help all day long. The main room will open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I'll get on the mic, both rooms, YouTube and the other room and the main room at 9 o'clock. Have a great evening, everybody. Now, this room, the main room, will still be open until I'm going to put down between 3:30 and 3:45. So I will keep my layout up and running until then. So I'm muting myself now, and I'll have to stop the YouTube stream right now.